Hello and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we make Automat. Let me quickly show you how it looks. Automat is a game automation environment. It's a place where you can, it's an app where you can create scripts that can play other games. The difference versus other macro apps, macro utilities, is that Automat is fairly visual. So the stuff that you do, you typically do by combining those toys that you get access to at the bottom of the screen. Here I can create a macro that will move my mouse around. I do not need this. And I can play this macro, and my mouse will follow this path. There are plenty of other utilities here, like there is a hotkey, so I can set up my macro so that it will start when I press space. And I can also loop it. I can do all sorts of things, and it's pretty decent. It's kind of functional. Now, today, we are actually finally switching to the next kind of big point on our list. So the past months, couple of months, literally, we've spent working on this synchronization system. When I have two objects, I can synchronize them. So here I have a timer and a switch. And when I activate any of them, the other will also activate. When any of them deactivates, the other will also deactivate. So this way I can create a switch that can turn on, but it will be on, or for instance, only for a second. Right? I can start this, it starts timer, and the timer stops and turns the switch off. If you look at the belt actually shows you the direction that the signals are traveling through the system. There is a fun trick. I can create a loop. This timer, actually when it loops, it switches itself off for a very brief moment. We cannot see this, but there is a switch off and on here. Anyway. And we have plenty of objects to play with. Now, if you look around my screen, you may notice that in the very corner of the screen, there is a small letter A. This is Automat's kind of system tray icon. I cannot really do anything from here, not yet, but I'm going to fix this. So, this window, I actually do wonder, how do other apps work? For instance, this one. So if I minimize it, it is just minimized, okay. But if I close it, it stays active in the tray. Okay. This looks fine. So I guess this is also what we can implement. We will make it so that when you press X, Automat is not going to close. Automat is going to minimize itself to tray. Maybe we'll even do some animation. What else? Yeah, so this is the plan for today. And you can see that we are getting some events. The events are flowing because we actually implemented a part of this a long time ago, before we entered the synchronization swamp and got stuck there. Anyway. So when I run Automat in the console, you will see that if I open this menu, there is this menu opened. And if I select an option like hide, I get clicked. Okay. Open Automat code base. And look at that, we have system tray right here. I wrote this a long time ago, actually last year, wow. So I need to reread this to kind of remember what it did, really. Init system tray, this is Windows code, I guess. This else. Yeah. Linux. And actually, yeah, we can start reading the code from the end. So what do? We grab our PID, we create a service name. I remember I had this dbus viewer. I think it was useful for some things. So we are creating session bus. Wait a second. There we go. Automat PID something something. So dbus, this is like a Linux remote procedure call system. Every service has to, it's designed in a very weird way. It's not that bad. Every service that wants to do something, be reachable, needs to register by allocating a service name. And this creates something like a file system. So this is a file system. There is a root directory. Every directory in this file system is kind of like an object. So at the root, we have our object. This is Automat dbus peer. It implements those three interfaces, peer introspectable properties. I can do ping. Yeah, I got a response. Get machine ID. Oh, this is my machine ID. Anyway, I said this is a file system. So within this service, in addition to the root object, we also have other objects like status notifier item and menu bar. And when I guess, oh yeah, this is the interface we care about, dbus menu. For this one. Anyway, I can activate. I did not activate anything. Title. Tooltip. Window ID. Interesting things. Oh, I can actually provide icon pixmap. I think I will do this. I want to change this icon from this boring A to something cooler. Yeah, let's play with that. Anyway, so to make everything work, I guess we are using some auto-generated adapters. Let's look for blah blah blah. Yeah, there we go. So this is a plugin for the Automat's build system that generates all those headers. It's fairly short. Okay, we are looking at the dbus directory, and for every XML, we are generating stubs. So this is something like a protocol description. Linux has plenty of XML-based protocols. X11 works the same way. Wayland works the same way. I wonder, am I using any systemd files? I am not. Interesting. Interesting. This is actually a pretty cool accident. Anyway, this is nice. So how our system tray works. So here is how we implement, I guess, those interfaces. On status notifier, something registered. This is never called. Oh, I guess this would happen if there are new system trays appearing and disappearing. Let me log something. I want to see if those methods are even called. Attention movie name. You can ease many thoughts. Look at that. All of them are being called. See what kind of PIX maps we can report. Those are all the icons that we have. I think I can find a nicer one. I should remove this. A lot of them we are not really using. Let me find something. I think I have source images. Capsules? No. No. Icon. Yeah, there was an icon here. Yeah, I think this would be a very nice icon. I think we can show this in the system tray. Fairly large, but we can, I guess, make it smaller. I just need to create this icon PIX map list. So this is probably with, oh yeah, with height and a RGB data. So okay, this icon is actually not included. I can include this. I'm moving this into the assets directory. The dimensions of this icon are kind of weird. It's 184 by 184. What's the factorization? It's kind of strange. It's 8 times 23. Anyway, we will scale this. No issue. So by just moving this into this directory, I should now have access to this icon PNG. So now when I do embedded assets, and embedded is not defined. Yeah. It is compiling embedded.o. Wait a moment, we have fav icon. Oh no, it's in docs, assets. This fav icon. We should swap this out. Yeah, I will just call it like that. Fav icon Y184. Maybe put this in a different directory. Embedding doesn't seem to properly, or I will. It was a really cool style, but I think I will move towards something like that. Image, scale image, oh, what size? 32? Interpolation, let's try this one. Yeah, this looks good. And now we can scale this to 16. Yeah, I think it's fine. As of icon 16 by 16. X replace. So we have our two new fav icons, and the source images have been swapped out. And think we should be able to access them now. I think let's do this. Make from asset. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, there was something about reading pixels. So here we should have image. And put them in a pixma. We need width. We need SK image info first. Plus dimensions and color info. We need to actually construct this. SK color type. It says ARGB. Oh. I think this is the same. Whatever, let's use any of them. And multiply. This all of this should be way easier. Isn't there a better constructor for this SK image info? I need to include this, of course. And this color space needs to be made differently. Oh, calling a private constructor, of course. Okay. Map, or maybe it has constructor. I need to make it normally. So image info, address, pixels, and row bytes. This many row bytes. Okay, I'm calling read pixels. Thirty-two, and oh, it has to be a vector. That's it. Okay, let's see if we have the icon now. What is this message? I missed something in the includes, probably. Textures needs to go here. All of those includes. We put them, I don't know, here maybe. Huh. Did I change anything? I did not. System tray. I'm including this. I always was including this. Line 28. Who's this iObject? And line 481. Using convenience API classes. And line 316. Actually should enable exceptions. Exceptions are okay. I'm going to use them for some things. Okay, so I probably called some template, and instantiating this template caused this code to be invoked. Okay. Oh, let's not make this static. None of this actually needs to be static. Struct. How do I use this struct? It must have some operator. Get. I need to assign to a get. So weird. We can also call sdbus make struct.
Meister Chica says.
Oh.
Hey.
I have a new gem to share.
Go on.
URL. Are you playing with Ada on your own, or is your job making you work with Ada? I mean, I like the language. I play with this a little. I mean, not play. I had to learn it.
I'm learning Ada because my job is making me rewrite.
It's actually not bad. It has some cool utilities, like, you know, like those case statements. It'd be nice if you had something like this. Or ranges. Whenever you have an integer, you can specify the range of the integer. And actors. It's a surprisingly readable language. Much more than Go. It's like, it feels more like Go than Go, actually. And also the naming is kind of similar to Go. Okay, it still complains. Let's disable no exceptions.
To be honest, Ada looks to me like Kotlin and Lua got married, had a kid, abandoned it, and kid was raised by goat.
Where these no exceptions is coming from?
It also has some fourth vibes to it.
Fourth? There is nothing like fourth in Ada. This is just... Fourth is it's like from a different planet than Ada.
Diox Nexus says,
Good news, everyone.
Hey, let me ask it.
Mint is now extending support cycle to 2 years. New live image and Wayland full integration is aimed to be done by Christmas of 2026 dust.
Nice. I mean, not nice. Wayland integration is arguably a regression, but it's good they are working on something.
Master Chica says,
Nothing like fourth in Ada. I've taken a look at return definition.
I do not know what's this. Oh, it initializes the return value, right?
Diox Nexus says,
Which is very close when Windows 10 LTs is done.
those pre-initialized return values are actually kind of nice because this is kind of how stack works. So you can kind of initialize a variable in the scope of the calling function here, and you can append to it here.
So Windows 10 bites the dust for real, and you can just switch to Mint.
Meister Chica says.
Wayland is regression, you say. May I introduce you to Freebs?
Okay, but I have no idea what's happening here. Those are return variables or not?
Okay, Freebs D is now free stroke.
I do not know what those statements, those blocks here, what they mean, but they still seem readable. I still see kind of what's happening in here. This is some kind of initialization. Maybe I should not make a persistent image. Maybe I should just load it and discard it. Not sure.
Jarakara7325 says.
Have you heard about that news? 21-year-old Polish woman developer fixed a 20-year-old Linux bug.
Meister Chica says.
Did you update LVM to LVM 22?
The news sounds cool. I'll check this out. I didn't heard about this. What was the bug? Was it something major? Yeah, I could filter this here.
URL. Jarakara7325 says.
I've pasted link about that.
Oh, Enlightenment. This is my favorite desktop environment.
By the way, I am switching to Enlightenment. Just look at this. Look at how it. So this is. Like, I like everything about this. Like technically, they went for over-the-top graphics, animations. It's C++, so the language is cursed. And it's full of fun utilities. And I just hope this Enlightenment environment still is usable. Once GNOME moves to Wayland, I am moving to Enlightenment.
Meister Chica says,
It does like links in chat for some reason, doesn't?
Jarek Chara 7325 says,
I'm interested in desktop apps and thought, is it better to switch to Linux for that?
For this, you can test Linux fairly easy. There is you just need a pen drive. You need a pen drive. You install, what was the name? There was some kind of image that you can install on the pen drive that will allow you to test many Linux distributions. And Deus Nexus, I think, showed some website that allows you to test the distributions online. I'm searching for this. Let me quickly check. Ventoy, yes, it's called Ventoy. Yeah, just make a single pen drive, you install this Ventoy, and then you can try out however many Linux distributions you want.
Because I would like to back to C, the best language. I'm not interested in web development or MLL.
Yeah, it's fun for playing, definitely.
Diox Nexus says,
Distroc.com.
That one.
Math remembered that I was the GOAT.
Sweet. The build should work now. Maybe I should not have done this. But okay, it seems to work.
Jarek Chara 7325 says,
Those kind of news just impressed me and give more motivation to learn all that stuff.
Yeah. Totally agree. News may kind of sometimes create an impression that this is kind of fast and easy. This is actually coding. It's a lot of time. It's kind of a very time-consuming hobby. It's kind of like mathematics. Unfortunately, this does not work. We do not have a fav icon yet.
Diox Nexus says,
Just don't get hooked on dystroping.
People tend to end with Arch. Anyway. Arch, or I think recently Nix is becoming more and more popular. Ah. I don't know if you see this, but in the corner of the screen, we now have a parrot. Automat's parrot is there. I just need to change the pixel format probably. So is this S32? Let's try this one.
I know I will be getting on Mint the moment 23 is out.
Okay, I still have issues with channels.
Some people like Zorin.
Meister Chica says,
Simple. Bug fix in Linux kernel. You need 8 HRs of work time of reading and understanding bug report, and then 16 HRs of free time to implement it, and 32 hours of free time you hit critical code path. That was modified. And then you need to wait for 64 hours for 4 review. And then 128 hours you wait for 256 new bugs.
Yeah, this is how it works. It's like submitting anything to the kernel is like weeks at the least. Like the best case is weeks.
Earth Nexus says,
Have you tried to contribute?
Linux and internally at Google, yes, not to the public, not to the main line. Okay, the icon is very, very blue. And that suggests me that red and blue should be swapped.
I saw a cool game trailer yesterday, and I am not talking about Xenoverse 3.
Meister Chica says,
Most people who work on Linux kernel work internally, and pray that their person on LKML does not get fired, so that they don't become public person on Linus firing range.
Deluxe Nexus says, URL. Meister Chica says,
Speaking of firing range, Metro franchise is €7 on Steam.
Dice Nexus says,
Metro is getting new game, isn't it?
Jericho84 just followed on Twitch.
Thanks for the follow.
Meister Chica says,
2039, yes.
Check something. Okay. So this is dark. I need to figure out the proper format. I think alpha should come first.
Nexus says,
I am yet to finish Metro game cause for some reason they have the aim that is just god awful. It's very floaty.
I played it.
Meister Chica says,
Have you tried using joystick? Or maybe Automat can fix Metro aiming by injecting some code into it.
Diox Nexus says,
I haven't. I was using mouse, and I even went to game files to modify it, but it was still floaty.
An idea.
Meister Chica says,
STD byte swap, excuse moi.
I don't know, I just need to move some bytes until it looks good. I do not know what's the proper format, because they say, oh, it's... oh, actually they said the proper format, IRGB. I should use this, BG array. It's almost correct, now it's purple. And then byte swap. I could also rotate. Actually, let's rotate. I think is going to be better.
Oh, don't read docs for 3 minutes. Waste 3 hours figuring stuff out, dodge.
Can we do this? I do not remember
Diox Nexus says,
how
Hey,
to rotate.
Project Ants is a 3D Metroidvania that combines the exploration depth of Hollow Knight with the technical hack-and-slash combat of Ninja Gate. The trailer looks cool though. Reminds me of Elden Ring.
I need to find a good game to play. I was recently playing Noita. Actually, no, I was playing other games, but I was playing Noita in Automat. And there were some exploits I could do. So I need a new test subject. I haven't tried any shooters with Automat. That could be interesting. That could really push me to more kind of image recognition. I'm sorry, what's wrong? What's wrong here? No matching function because...
Meister Chica says,
I have game suggestion.
Diox Nexus says,
Try mouse for hire.
What's the suggestion?
Meister Chica says.
Insurmountable.
Kod na grę otrzymałem
Can I not watch this on YouTube?
od dewelopera.
That looks interesting. Tactical mountain climbing. Looks like some kind of mountain-based roguelike where you climb, where you do not really have enemies, but you have random events.
Deus Nexus says.
Would you kindly please watch the trailer I sent?
Trailer? I haven't seen any trailer.
The link.
Oh yeah, it's barely visible. What is that? Trailer, so I guess I can make.
Below,
Looks like Elden Ring.
in a world where humankind vanished thousands of years ago, they outlived. Wars, factions, and endless conflict have scarred the ages, all because of an ancient power.
I do not understand why the people make trailers which are lore-based when they are introducing a completely new world. They're kind of all the same. It's, destroyed world. Have to save it.
A warrior stands in faithful defense.
You have to save yourself.
Maybe even better one.
URL. Deus Nexus says.
Hollow Knight gone 3D.
Beneath the earth.
I like cool movement techniques. This is cool. They could actually show more gameplay.
Something stirs, and memory still remains.
Looks nice.
Beneath the earth, something stirs.
Those games, sometimes they can be abused when you have some kind of combat of combos, like sequences of keystrokes that you have to perform rapidly and the timing is very precise. Then, it can be really vulnerable to automation. Or if there are levels, like I was playing, not Elden Ring, Black Myth Wukong, same thing really. And yeah, it was possible to level character rather quickly.
I already wishlisted it.
something wrong here. Maybe I need to rotate left. Okay, and I guess it's time to clean up this whole mess. Yeah, there is an Automat icon in the corner of the screen now. Actually, think maybe... Actually, no, let me print screen it. How large is it? Something.
Do you have Battlefront 2?
Is... Battlefront 2? No, not really. So much better. Okay, I wanted to see how large it is. It is 22 pixels. So I need a 22 pixel favicon.
It has shooting in it.
I need to get 22 pixel wide favicon. I think maybe there is something wrong here. The embedded files are not being regenerated. I know, I know. Remove those crazy mounts.
You could try Deep Rock Galactic. With Automat. Or Doom.
Okay, I need to do this in Bash. have mounted a bunch of files. I didn't want that. Beaver. Okay.
Oh, my lord. On guard is now 90 off. It's less than 2 quid.
Nice. Lol. So there are some videos embedded within Automat. I should have paid more attention to this. Okay, for whatever reason, embedded is not firing properly. It's not embedding the new files. Let me see what's wrong. Definitely I'm doing this embedding static files. Again. Oh, I know, I see.
I don't understand UK suing Steam for no reason. Literally, that's the only place where you can get games dirt cheap.
Meister Chica says,
Kinda weird one. Could Bitburner be automated with Automate sometime in the future?
Let me check Bitburner. Looks like auto-clicker? Not quite. I saw some stock trading. If there is a stock trading in the game, this certainly can be exploited. Those fake stocks, they usually have some pattern to them, so if you know how the pattern works, you can probably make infinite money.
And B2W, it's open source.
It's interesting, it's like a mix of programming game and I mean, if the game has like built-in JavaScript for automation, then there is really not that much work for Automat to do, unless this JavaScript is limited, unless it doesn't really offer you full access to all of the game APIs. Oh, there is a web version. Hacknet production, 100%. Hacking chance, hacking speed. Wow. Speaking of hacking, I'll get back to actual hacking.
JavaScript is like really the big part of automation, but you still need to do some clicky clackies.
Lickety-clackies can then be automated.
Dice Nexus says,
Did you hear the news that Amazon Luna has been shut down so you can't access the games that you bought anymore? Do you think that will just be another lawsuit and more fuel for the Stop Killing games?
Meister Chica says,
Especially after you install new augmentation, you go basically from zero.
I have no idea what Amazon Luna is. I am not surprised. Did they refund the games? I guess if a game service shuts down, they typically do the refund.
Amazon does refunds. That's first time I'm hearing about that.
Dice Nexus says,
Amazon said it will not do refunds. Even Google had the audacity to refund its purchases with Stadia.
Yeah. Arguably, Stadia wasn't that big, so I guess the loss wasn't really huge. I don't know how Amazon... this is the first time I'm hearing of Amazon Luna, honestly. It's like, I never heard about this thing.
Meister Chica says,
I'm still waiting for my €3 from PS lawsuit.
How does this work?
Dice Nexus says,
Amazon actually gave me all the refunds I asked it when buying off Amazon. But when it comes to games, I will trust only our Lord and Savior Gaben. So I think what will happen is Amazon will get sued.
Oh, static image is what I want. Why is this decode static image not used by default?
And SKG will point finger at it and say to you, Parliament, that it's not acceptable, hence the new laws.
I need to ask AI about my own code. Oh, I see. This is because we are trying to map the real file. Yeah, this is good. This is actually perfect. So I completely forgot in Automat, if you drop some images in its directory, they can overwrite the embedded files. This is for faster prototyping. Anyway.
Meister Chica says,
TV incoming Gardell. Maybe even RAR CI.
I will load the docs, sets. To recompile this, that we pick up the new file. There it is. It is included now. $16.22. What else did it say? It said 24, 32, 48, 64. Okay. Then I need to create image info. Yep. Size. No need for static here. Then Xmap. Escape. And this one, this is the dbus. Oh, this is so broken. I am sending bitmaps through dbus. Oh, raw, uncompressed bitmaps. Anyway.
Diox Nexus says,
What things you should do on Linux to keep it safe, besides not downloading everything that you see.
Meister Chica says,
Why is Clang lacking behind GCC? Did Apple spend too much AI?
I guess keeping Linux safe is equally hard to keeping Windows safe. Maybe even harder. The best way is to use some little-known operating system, something that's not compatible with anything, something like Alpine Linux or Haiku OS. This is not a Linux even. Or like some BSD. You use any of those, you are safe.
Diox Nexus says,
Puppy Linux.
It depends. If I don't remember if Puppy Linux is compatible with Debian. If it is compatible with Debian, then it could be risky. I don't know how malware distributes itself right now. Because malware also needs to care about portability.
Security through obscurity.
Default sampling options. Linear, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's try that.
I got told to delete all but 2 kernel versions. One that is current and up to date that is supported for a few years, and leave another old one that will last for many years, just in case you dunk up. And enable firewall.
Okay, so we've everything here, I should be able to just return this. And that should produce a nice sharp icon. My gosh. Okay, I guess this needs to be static actually.
Do you like top-down games?
This doesn't matter. I do enjoy games that have kind of complex systems that can be abused in fun ways. Perspective doesn't really change much.
URL.
This one looks good.
I mean that it might be.
Oh, that's right. Steam will now have feature that estimates your FPAs on any given game before you buy it. That's cool. While
So, release, debug.
data harvesting done right.
Actually wonder if they can actually do this reliably. For instance, in Automat there is no single frames per second. Like each object can render at its own schedule. I need to resize this vector. or not? Default constructor should build it. It should have proper capacity. Okay. None of this is necessary. This is the new, nice new version. Two integers and a vector of unsigned integers. Everything should work. I really wish we still had access to the thinking tokens, those models.
Did you know that Iggy gave Pie Mouse for Hire 610 because the reviewer said that game with sentient and talking mouse based on rubber hose cartoons is too cartoony?
Yeah, and do you think this is harsh? Did you play the game? I like when games have a distinct style. AAA games tend to avoid this. They typically stick to standard photorealistic 3D. And if you look at all the cartoons even, you know, like He-Man style, that style could be used to make a game.
I think it's just a very stupid thing to do for the reviewer. Can't spell ignorant without spelling ignorant.
Maybe they had some kind of conflict, you know, behind the scenes with other people. There we go. There's a nice picture. Let me check one more thing. I want to see if and this is an icon. For an icon, and we are only computing this once, so I guess it's actually worth do it properly. Remove this old code.
Ooh, yay, Jacksepticeye is making R-rated animated Bloodborne movie. Elden Ring movie started filming recently too.
I think it's better to generate them on the fly, at least in this case. Yeah.
Oh, Lords of the Fallen 2 seems to be eggs exclusive.
Find this all around thingy.
Have you tried a platformer with Automat?
Give me a moment. Platformer? Yeah, Super Mario Bros. That was the first one. It was the big test of the latency and, reproducibility of macros. Super Mario is actually much less forgiving than Dark Souls in terms of timing. Yeah,
Regalia.
now we have a decent icon. It's much sharper now. I like it. I like it.
It's a 3D platformer. Wait. You could try Hollow Knight.
And this, how does this look? I still don't know what those icons are used for. Okay, we just got a better system tree. Okay, I guess it's time to make it actually do stuff. System tray. I could also pass similar icons for the options, like minimize or quit. Would have to think about this.
I have a question. So if you have AMGP, Linux kernel is preloaded with the specific drivers for that card. But do the drivers update like when you are in Software Manager? You press to update, and it finds new and updated drivers that get installed.
No, there's nothing like that. Linus updates the drivers for everybody. He's the guy who kind of keeps everybody's system or everybody's drivers up to date.
So kernel is preloaded with base drivers, but distro is the one that finds and updates it.
Anything new? Anything new icon? Oh, anything new tooltip? New status?
Meister Chica says,
What in Hypermodder C is this syntax?
you are allow.
Give me a sec. I need to check something. Multiple icons. Oh no, this is Unicode emojis. Ah. Anyway. Getting contracts. Is this another extension for templates, like concepts. Oh no, this is about assertions. Okay. Why don't they call this assertions? It would be so easier. Looks like Ada, right? With those blocks before the main function block. Actually, a nice idea, those contracts. And that syntax was the syntax is kind of very, assumes that the contract can fit on the one line, which is not always going to be the case. So contracts are essentially assertions which can be controlled in a more granular way. Yeah, contract assert. Looks nice. Looks nice. So I could also animate this? How fast could I swap those icons? And that would be... On one hand side, that would definitely work. On the other, nobody would like that. That would use so much CPU, animating system tray icon. Sending a stream, a bitmap-based stream, in so many resolutions. Ah. Event ID is a string, wow. The last one is timestamp. ID.
Nexus says,
Any game you are exited for this year?
I hope Kenshi comes out. Finally. Kenshi is This is like my perfect game. It's like... It has many complex systems that interact. It has full world simulation. It's hard. It has cool story, cool world. Okay, and those methods We'll just remove them.
Can you show it? Cause I am not sure if I am on the right game.
Can she? Hard to miss it. There aren't many games with similar name. Was made with Ogre. Oh, that is an ancient engine. Truly ancient.
Isn't it on Steam, Metal? Out right now?
I think it is. I think GOG.com may also have Kanshi. That one doesn't have DRM, so...
You can buy it 60 off.
Okay, so when I do middle click,
Mortal Shell 2 looks good, Darchway.
I want to take a look at... So dbus menu is like a single object that encapsulates the whole menu. Many item properties. Where do we use those items? So in get layout, we are iterating through this. We are returning the full layout. Then get 30. Okay. I'm starting to recall how all of this works. Yeah, I think it's good to have a separate thread for the dbus connection exclusively. I don't really have any API for configuring this dbus thingy. It's even hard to think about a decent API for this. Anyway, I'll make some tea. Be right back.
says, hello, ha. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. See. So this dbus menu, the interface of this class is not particularly great. Everything's hard-coded. Menu. How I want this interface to really look like. These two system trays, the system tray menu and icon are like two completely different things. So this is my icon. Item is menu. Check if cloud. Post compliance varies. Yes, this is what I'm seeing actually here. Theoretically, I'm responding false. I should get the activate notification. I've never seen an activate. Only secondary activate. Okay, I think I was thinking about inventing some abstraction to this whole system tray. I don't think I will do this. I think the system tray will just call directly into Automat. Need those anymore. I was hoping that maybe with the status notifier watcher I could query some parameters of the system tray, like where it is located on the screen or this kind of stuff. We are getting this part, we do not need it. Okay, I am hard coding the many, so opened and closed. I think I can just ignore. So item number 0, this is the root of the tree, right? Root item. And then we have hide and quit. think ID is the position in the list of items. Okay, there is also data peak value type. So there is some data here, some number. What is this number? Oh, data is 0. Okay. Maybe this is the button which was used to click it. No. It's not the button. Time to add on click to many items. I actually wonder about data races. There have to be data races here. Absolutely. Yeah, when the menu changes, you can send a notification and get a data race back. Yeah, I guess the only way to do it safely is to have like two different trees of buttons, or like only increment those IDs. Anyway. include automatic change. I think I will have to kind of redesign the whole main loop how it works. Automat should pretty much start in a headless mode. Yeah. I can select the quit option and it works. Okay, so this is the main thread. Whatever I am doing, it must happen on the main thread. How do I inject my code back into this thread? Not on render thread, on the main thread. Main loop. Okay, I'm just actually noticing a problem. Because even if I stop Automat, but this XCB event is never delivered. I need to somehow send some fake event. On Windows, this is actually pretty nice, because on Windows you can post your own messages to the event queue. Especially. I post an event? This is the question. Structs. Disable this. To trap this actually in if instead export debug, I will do this. Actually, I will keep this event here. I want to see when some extra events like that are reported. Now we should see our fewer log statements. Yeah, almost no statements. Nice. Okay, this minimization actually needs some rethinking. If Automat can be kind of imagined as a set of boxes on the bottom level, we'll have the VM. I mean, VM is probably a bad thing. There is not quite an Automat VM. Automat is really operating on native code. This is the operating system VM. But state, yeah, state is there. So this is something that has to be loaded and saved. So once this is loaded or saved, it's basically the Automat boot process. Right now, this is kind of
inverted. This is not a pyramid. We load the state, and then we start worker threads. We enter main loop. Okay, before the state is loaded, I see there are some root objects that are necessary. And prototypes. If there is a time axis somewhere, this is how it looks right now. When we start up, there is also audio. Okay, the comment isn't quite accurate. Instead of this, it's actually going to be rather easy to refactor. I mean, maybe not super easy, but it's definitely going to be possible to refactor this.
The way it works right now, I'm initializing a bunch of things, audio, graphics, prototypes, root objects. So prototypes start first, then we have root objects. Then we have system tray. And then we have window. And only when the window is shown, fully initialized, we start loading the state, then we start worker threads. And then when the user closes the window, that deinitialize the threads, state, objects, prototype. Seems like those prototypes are the longest living resource. Maybe there are some other resources here. And now I basically want to have a separate thread Is this really a separate thread? Maybe the main thread should really take care of the window. The root widget needs to be created and destroyed. Maybe I can keep the root widget alive. I will just destroy the window and recreate the window. That will work. Okay. The first issue. irrelevant stuff. Lots of irrelevant stuff. I don't like the extra machinery here. Maybe this is the way to do it. I had some headers for event FD. Can I extract file descriptor? Interesting. I think this could be better because on Windows you have the equivalent call. You can post a message, your own loop. I do wonder what's the pros and cons. This mapping and mapping. I guess window position would be problematic. Yeah, I think mapping and mapping is the right way to do it. Yeah, the main and most important thing is to stop rendering when it's not active. Automat still uses some resources. If I open beta, there it is. I want to turn this into 0. It should be flat 0. You see how render thread looks. And go here. Let's add the on click. I think I should add this API probably somewhere here, the one that will minimize this. This minimized tray. Okay, so minimizing. This is really an event, pretty much. So we should send this event. Sending this event isn't such a bad idea. Okay, we have our main loop. Yeah, let's add a function like that. Request minimize to tray. Okay, that should... This is okay. I think this can be called on a different thread, because I think XCB does some mutex locking here internally. Cool, the window disappeared. And it's locked. Very interesting. So it's locked, and you can see now that even though I triggered the stop, we are not getting any messages from XCB, and this is causing a problem. I guess I can fix this in our main loop. Here. Not only we will set this to false, we will also send this fake event. Right. Actually, I can use this as the message. I do not even need to set anything to false. I can hide it. Everything doesn't seem to work. Try again. Oh, I shouldn't do anything with type. It doesn't matter. I'm sending data. Now it worked. No idea why. Anyway. Let's run this again. I will... This does not always work. Why does it say CB generic event T? Maybe it wasn't recompiled recently. One more test, and now it should be possible to kill it even if it's unmapped. So running is set to false. I'm doing the break. Hey, main loop exiting works. Where are we getting stuck? Maybe joining some threads?
Meister Chica says,
You are using JThread, right?
Yeah, but yeah. I just need to fire this up under debugger and stop it and see where it's blocked. The issue happens only when I unmap the XCB window. So it has to be something related to, it must be related to rendering. I can quit like that. Why didn't it work right now?
Can you swap them with std thread and see under debugger which thread is not being joined?
Okay, now it worked. Yeah. This is the way to debug this. So exiting seems to work most of the time. Except when I unmap the window. Now it's not working. Okay, I'm getting a single unhandled event here. It's not a problem. I'm just printing this out. This is unmap notify. Okay, I'm to debug this thing. What is this? So this is for keyboard mappings. Yeah. Okay. I did. Wait. And then process exited. What? Okay, let's try again. Okay, my debug window. Hide. Wait. And it exited. Maybe the debus thread. I don't know. One of those threads is hanging. We're definitely not reaching this point. Okay, I'm for old school.
28,757 says.
Hello.
Hey.
What is this TTS? Why does it sound French?
It can sound more French if you change your voice. There's some custom voices. Okay, hide. It's not printing anything here. Okay, after A, it stops after A. Worker threads. Do not want to join. Fascinating.
Wouldn't TTS be so annoying with 500 char messages?
It's actually better than me missing chat messages, so it can be annoying. I mean, I have the control over TTS, always. I can always mute it.
What are you coding anyway?
Such a bizarre code. What I'm coding, this is, if you're familiar with AutoHotkey, this is kind of like AutoHotkey. It's It's a program for like sending events like to games. This is it's a short macro that will press a mouse button for, I don't know, it will click the left mouse button. And I can hook it to a hotkey. So whenever I press space, it's going to press a button. And it has tons of fancy utilities, like the ability to record arbitrary, mouse traces.
So it's like a better guy for AutoHotkey?
Precisely. AutoHotkey still does a lot of things that Automat cannot do. AutoHotkey is kind of like a programming language, really. It actually gives you a pretty low-level access to, operating. You can basically call C functions from the AutoHotkey scripts. It's fairly capable. Automat still cannot do a lot of those fancy things, but it's getting there. Slowly but surely. Anyway. What's the deal with this worker threads mutex? Such a strange way. I bet this is why his worker thread isn't used anywhere. What is this code? I wrote it? This mutex doesn't make any sense because those functions, they are always invoked on the main thread.
When did you get your PhD?
When did I get it? It was 2020 or 2021? It was during 2021. It was during COVID, definitely, because I was wearing a mask during my defense.
Oh, way before the Transformers architecture, huh? Or did you take it?
It was right in the middle. Actually, one of the comments during from the reviewers was whether I looked into the attention mechanisms. It wasn't called, it was called Transformer, but people referred to this as attention back then. But they still do. They still do. Yeah, I was working on language models, but I used recurrent neural networks, LSTMs, mostly. My work wasn't really about improving the accuracy of language models. It was about infrastructure, around language models. So swapping to a better language model doesn't really, it improves stuff, but my language model wasn't really about attention or transformers.
Do you still keep up with the Transformers scene and language models, like the research?
Yeah. I do not follow. I do not follow archive as much as I used to. But if there is anything like interesting coming up, I do take it out. When Gemma 4 released, like a week ago, I read their approach to embeddings. There are still some techniques I haven't kind of caught up on, like rope. I still don't know what rope is about.
Gemma 4's KV cache is so bloated compared to Queen.
Actually, I don't know if they. I know that they split an embedding across many layers, so that instead of having one big embedding that's reused by all of the layers, they have they chunk it. But I do not know if those chunks are actually smaller or larger than the original embedding. It's possible that they are just stuffing more data. And that's why it works so nicely.
To work with Queen only 1 and 4 KV cache heads, or whatever a full attention. I don't know much about it, but that's what I know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Quen architecture as well. So yeah, I'm green when it comes to Quen. There is a bug here.
Do you know much about the quantization techniques? Like AUK and importance matrix?
No, not really. Quantization wasn't really a thing when I was working on this. It's still not always a thing. If you're just using, if you're using small models, they fit perfectly fine. I mean, regular floats, 32-bit ones. Quantization is still only a thing for those large models. You small camel. Okay. I can enqueue something using this explicit token.
Yeah. I'm currently learning Python properly since I semi-know how to code already, but not well. To improve upon importance matrix as my scholarship project after high school.
Sweet. This is definitely a good place to be in right now. Everything's about AI.
Meister Chica says,
Importance what? What? Even AI is confused start.
I think when this queue is constructed, we need to explicitly I think we need to tell it how many tokens we need.
Ah, Eisenhower Matrix, am I correct? If so, why do we as humans like to rename things every 2 days?
Makes the scientific people feel smart. I was recently reading some literature about distributed systems, and people love this name called hybrid logical clocks, which is just a fancy name for an integer. Nobody's going to accept your paper if you are just incrementing integers. So you should better increment hybrid logical clocks.
Daniele 757 says,
I mean, with Importance Matrix, it's really easy to bias it towards what you want. I just want to make an automated tool to bias the dataset towards what skill you want the LM to assign the most bits to at that quantization.
Must be, defining the skill must be tricky. This is a very high-level concept, skill. I need to learn how to use Moody Camel queue properly. Maybe I can ask this machine.
Importance Matrix just works by giving the LM a dataset of text like, what is an if statement? And then if there is a high activation magnitude or frequency, it stores it at high bits. So if you just fill your dataset with a bunch of coding-related things, it's going to highly preserve its coding skills.
There was this saying that people use only 20% of their brain. I wonder how much of this is true for LLMs, because they still use dense matrices, right? And in those dense matrices, isn't like every weight important? I know not all of them are equal, but still. They still do some computation.
I mean, if you look at Mo models, it's true, I guess.
use those consumer tokens when in the queuing.
Meister Chica says,
Fun fact, hardest part of implementation, part of my master, was implementing non-locking Eisenhower matrix for tasks, while allowing for insertion deletion of any of given and tasks in log to the 2/3, 1/2 n, squared minus square root of 2/3, 5th n complexity, do woe.
Was it about some task scheduling? Optimization? You know, I keep hearing about constant time task scheduling, so... I lost looking at this consumer token.
Danielate757 says,
I'm gonna feel so out of place applying to a mechatronics engineering scholarship with a software project.
You know, people in mechatronics, I know one such person who's very good at electronics, but just cannot program. So it's actually a good match, surprisingly. It's a very good match. And again, vice versa is also true. Like lots of programmers would rather if somebody else built the hardware.
I mean, I have to take a gap year after I graduate high school next month to pull this off anyway. But it's gonna pretty much guarantee me a good 50 scholarship at the minimum with my grades, so I am happy with it.
Nice. You're finishing high school. Wow, this is very early. Jump on this ship. Nice. This is terrible. I do not know. Not want a timer.
I didn't even get to take quarter 3.5 of quarter 4 living in Palestine. I just got to relax the entire quarter. It was so fun. More options. There is option B. Didn't Claude leak their whole database like half a month ago or something?
I think there was a Claude code leak, yeah, a couple of weeks ago. The source code leak. In terms of privacy, Claude is pretty disastrous. It once read my password. I sent a ticket to Anthropic. They still haven't processed it. I got a response from some automated bot that said, "Oh, this needs a human review." But the human never answered. It's crazy. They just do not have enough people. Hey, this is...
They are all about AI security. That's why they won't open weight their models. It's for your own safeties. Oh, it doesn't include the slash sarcasm in the TTS.
Okay, how do I join this? Okay.
I've never coded in C, but I can still never understand why they chose to make the syntax look like that.
This is how all languages look nowadays. Like, the only outliers are, I don't know, Python maybe. And that's it.
I mean with the STD. Count.
Yeah. Because people love trees. Like, we have a tree of files, in includes with slashes. We have tree of namespaces. Objects have a tree of, there are those pointers. It's arrow notation, which is actually a shorthand. This arrow notation. I mean, a single arrow can traverse many objects. This is a very weird about C++.
Master Chica says, URL.
Sounds like the complexity of your algorithm.
Danielite 757 says,
Didn't someone code an entire working game of Minecraft in Desmos?
Speaking of cool papers, there was a new paper recently that was very, very popular. This one. Basically, somebody found a function that can approximate any continuous function. I mean, all of the elementary functions can be approximated basically with this. There was I find the archive page. Even this. Already had some graphs. Yeah. That's not it. Anyway. It's a very, very cool thing because you can stack those functions in a neural network. And they can express pretty much anything. It's like better softmax. It's like a new combinator, possibly a universal combinator for neurons. Okay, thinking about this. I will do the following. I just need to wake the queue.
Meister Chica says,
Update version with highlighted only specific porting green line.
URL.
Maybe I can do this differently. Instead of enqueuing the task here, is the join.
Now that is mathematically perfect scenario. Give the physical properties of hardware. Worst case complexity is 2 to 2.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at, really. Okay, when I look at this, it really seems to me that there are more places where I DQ. No.
One year later, and still not sure how can complexity oppression have negative values.
The only thing that matters is what happens at the infinity. And was it going down or up? Yeah, it is positive. It is positive, I think. I think it will actually start increasing eventually. Greater than 0 or still less than 0? Or maybe the asymptote is 0? Oh yeah, it's like it's going to 0. Okay, hide. Wait. Shut down wet. Okay, now. Okay, I think I know what's the problem. I think when this stop callback was requested, the stop requested was still false. So it was possible to consume an event and run another loop.
Average derivation is almost 0.
And this is why it worked in debug mode, because in debug mode, the threads were so slow that they never saw the old value. Yeah, that must have been it. Wait. It stopped. Nice. Okay, time to get rid of log statements from here. What did I do? We do not need this. Redundant. Setting running to false. We'll print it. I want to see what happens with the power usage now when I unmap the window. I have my window, I can drop some things, I can animate a clock, for instance.
Man, where did I learn to type?
URL.
Okay, so Automat is currently consuming like 0.5% of CPU to animate the clock. I can hide it, and it's still consuming 0.5% of the CPU. Why? Why? Should not.
Random e-polls.
Or just loop that forever calls Vulkan Paint. So to properly do this, I think I will need condition variable. Oh. It's going
Why
to
do you
hurt.
paint in minimized state directory?
Exactly, that's a good question. This render thread. Why do I start it from here? Shouldn't this be part of the window?
That's what happens when you plus and minus symbols. Mistype plus and minus symbols.
Weird thing is, I'm looking at this and there is no place where I... Maybe this is closing the window. I think render thread should be part of widget. Yeah, really feels like it should be part of widget.
Mathematicians hate the C arrow operator, because every time they see it, they insist it should really be written as a commutative diagram with a functorial mapping, proven by induction over all possible pointer dereferences, and then spend 3 weeks debating whether it's actually well defined in ZFC.
Yeah, and the fact that you can override it, and if you do override it, the compiler will collapse sequences of arrows into a single arrow. I
I mentioned this before, but this is such a mindfuck to me, that the compiler will actually combine multiple pointer references into a single arrow. I think I should leave alone.
What will happen when mathematicians discover spaceship operator? To them it means if and only if. Oh, wait. Did we actually miss good use of spaceship operator?
Oh yeah. Create a logic processing library that uses spaceship operator to mean if and only if. That will be amazing. Best use of C++. I want to refactor something major here. And the refresh. Render thread is really not used in many places.
That would remove long if chains in for loops, though.
Replace good location. Okay, this is fine.
But could potentially make loops be spaceship parking lot.
I think I need to move all of this here, even here.
In this, maybe in this. Let's do it. We need VKHH. We are checking for initialize. We need power save. Next frame. Render frame. Okay, I need renderer. Thread name. Image profile. Okay, this joining is going to happen automatically when I do this reset, when I destroy the JFred. I do not need this. Chances of this working are slim. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. This render thread probably needs window. It can only start after this window is initialized. I just move this constructor? Good widget. Okay, still having issues. Debugger should tell us what's wrong now. Yeah, I am definitely using window a lot here. VK init needs put widget window. Okay, this is interesting. Where? I see.
I think each window essentially needs to initialize its own surface and everything. So this VK init definitely must be called from within root widget. Image provider is really only used from there. I will initialize it also here. Rendering and reloading also must happen. Somewhere here. Filing. No, I need to build it first.
Yeah, I am slowly getting rid of global state. Pretty much. It's actually a big improvement already. Okay. I see, I see. I think I need to split out an init function. Of like init toolbar. Is this enough? It is. Wow. Shutdown. Is shutdown working? Okay. I press X. Not quite. It used to work, it doesn't anymore. Opus is overthinking it. There is something with the stuff that I'm releasing that's destroyed too early. Render thread. It's probably this join render threads.
I opened compiler book where I stopped yesterday with it, saw it reference some type theory book, opened said book, read preface, closed it, closed compiler book, went to grab T, came to the conclusion everything after C was mistake, and compilers are C was mistake, and compilers are harder than operating systems.
It's counterintuitive, but the lower you go, the simpler actually the computers get. Oh, this is interesting. Reset is causing the problem. Anyway.
TTS feature suggestion. Stroke counter twice.
Stroke counter? What's that? Yeah, this is what I would do rather.
A TTS stroke counter is a monitoring metric designed to quantify the frequency of stroke events in a text-to-speech TTS system, where a stroke refers to a transient synthesis or playback anomaly in which the output stream partially regresses. Previously articulated segments are erroneously reintroduced, overwritten, or re-rendered before the utterance resumes forward progression. In practical terms, it tracks instances of non-linear speech regeneration, where portions of already voiced
Yeah. If I got sent every time TTS has a stroke.
task failed successfully. Looks like AI can't fool like I.
Should definitely pass root widget as an argument. Yeah. Definitely not this one. Render thread should really be part of the root widget. Root widget is kind of like client. This is like the top level session, a window opened that can see the state of Automat. Stopping the render threads before the reset. I think if I properly propagate and avoid the global, that would solve the problem. I'm slightly afraid of what AI would do if I ask it to. I need to do this manually. This variable is used in 95 places. Oh, wow.
Here comes Mistral. Small confabulation. Framed as a deliberate stress test of a TTS system where highly dense, syntactically elevated, PhD-level linguistic constructions are used in an attempt to elicit synthesis or streaming degradation, artifacts the exercise. More broadly, highlights the exercise. More broad relationship between linguistic complexity and real-time speech rendering robustness. From this perspective, AI systems demonstrate strong capability as assistive tools for producing well-formed feature specifications and high-level system descriptions. Owing to their capacity, however, this strength is counterbalanced in applied context by a tendency toward verbosity and abstraction, which can render them less suitable for operational documentation, where concision, immediacy, and implementation-oriented clarity are essential. I'm actually impressed by Mistral Small 4.
Yeah, it sounds like it can write scientific papers already. It's the same kind of nonsense that you can read if you open one of those. Look at that. Load state actually gets a good widget reference.
I wonder if keeping scientific papers relatively open was mistake.
Let's start this rendering refactor. JFet. Okay, arguments are going to come first.
Mevansko says.
Oh. Tuning in from work.
So,
Lol, does that happen every time?
Yep. Yeah, you mean TTS. Absolutely. I need to call this differently. I will just use LW. And that should help. The order is wrong. I think something does not provide a call operator. Need to add this in stdref. Okay, now it works. Okay, that should make it better. Render frame, this is also full of render widget references.
Meister Chica says, URL.
Train packing has to be fixed. Yeah, and this is the last one. Sweet. I think the rendering is still going to crash when I close this, but it's definitely going to be better. It will probably crash somewhere else now. I don't know why it says that 3 is not enough. Okay, close it. I get a crash. Hundred reference.
Today I learned that Android Control contains over 800 applications. That's a lot of code at least.
Android control. And this is thinking still. Oh yeah, should be. I think this may have been failing. Maybe one of those.
Zafulkatri F2OG says,
Hey ye.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I can switch to this new variable. This is going to be way better.
I'm good, mate. What are you doing?
Trying to get this thing to work again. This is the problem with compiled languages, is that any major refactoring involves like hours of the app just not building. I mean, technically it builds, technically it works, it just doesn't shut down properly. And this app, I think I should be able to start it actually. It's a game automation app, so kind of like AutoHotkey. That was a very appropriate comparison.
May I ask, what do you do?
This, I mean, I code in C++. I try to get rid of all of the sec faults. It'd be nice if I completely remove this global variable.
Like you make games using C or software like.
Yeah, I guess you could say I make games.
Meister Chica says,
How come Google had biggest investment in web, mobile, and desktop platforms, yet their models score the lowest?
I can tell you. This is very easy. It becomes obvious when you kind of work for more than a quarter in the company. The work is kind of mostly about exchanging emails and writing presentations and documents. Documents are like 80% of work.
Zafulkatri F2 guy says,
Awesome. Can you show me any of your game?
Sure. It should start up in a sec. This VK, I should also use this one. This is it. And this is an automation game. So I can type something. I just typed something. I can now hook this up to a macro. For example, when I press F1, I can press F1 and it's going to execute this macro for me. It's kind of like, it's for playing games. It's for playing games, really.
Meister Chica says,
So my fever dream that random basement dwellers OS will become new Windows might become true.
Zafulkatri F2 gay says,
It's a macro utility, like, you have many of them, but they are usually text-based. So you have to write instructions, like step by step, what it should do. So the difference is that here I can have
Sorry, typo.
a graphical object. So when I press a space, it activates the next object. For instance, a timer. A timer can do something. For example, synchronize the timer with a switch. So it's a switch that will turn on for 3 seconds and then turn off.
Meister Chica says,
I'm looking at new word.
Avolcatri eft Borgo says,
Like that's cool. Did you make all the background using C? That's awesome. Can I access this?
Yeah, there was actually a build this morning. It's on GitHub. Yeah, this is the address. It's still pretty buggy, but I'm slowly getting
Meister Chica says,
control over
Speaking
all of this.
Herd, since you are on Gento, how does Herd Colonel treat you for last 19 days?
I haven't heard of Herd in a long time. Is it usable? Can you run, I don't know, 3D accelerated graphics on this?
URL.
Oh, now it's distraction order. Okay, that's actually a good point.
Suffalcatri F2O says,
Dude, have you worked in any big projects? And can you give me advice like should I learn C, Java, or C?
They are all very similar. Like, honestly, if you learn one of them, you basically get the other two almost for free. Like 90%. Of course, there are, there is a C of Java specific knowledge and C++ specific knowledge or C specific knowledge. By learning one, you get like 80% of the other two. They only differ in the more advanced features, like how they manage objects, memory, or whether they execute natively or runtime behavior of them. Those are actually very similar languages, and they also achieve very similar things. If I'm correct, this should not now shut down properly. Yeah, clean shutdown. It probably doesn't work on Windows, but I will test Windows in a moment. And the main file is now much cleaner. That's cool. It's very cool. Okay, shutdown is clean. I want this minimization to try to finally work. I mean, minimization kind of works. I can press this and it's gone. So theoretically,
mission achieved. Like it's properly minimizing. It just doesn't maximize. And it's actually something I could ask this model to do. Oh. But this is actually perfect. I can actually do this. And I should think about rendering. This Vulkan paint should go to sleep when it's minimized. I think I could implement a new utility for synchronizing state. We call this concurrent enum. This is a perfect name. May sound weird. But I need something very strange, or maybe not very strange. I need something that will finally make this problem of synchronizing kind of state across multiple threads easier. Allowing multiple threads to safely block.
Wonder what's condition variable any. Okay, so those are callbacks, but callbacks are only half the story. What I really want is ability to block. I wait. Stop token. I have wait 4, which takes duration. And have wait until next time point. Okay, and the way I would use this is that here I would call minimize. And start token. I don't even think we need timeout. This predicate might be better.
Do take some rest.
Yeah, it's been going for some time. I want to maybe finish some things. I think not that late. Hey, this is actually a very cool trick. Yeah, that worked. Let's see if this will work. I think it also needs to... This menu, it also needs to be updated somehow. Okay. They're sending the update. Nice. Very nice. So I can minimize to tray. It's just I cannot show it then. But just to see, I will create a small macro. I will see if the macro still works when it's minimized. Example. Let's do a small circle. So when I press space, my mouse will make this movement. I can hide it. Yes, and it still works. Funny, there is a delay, but this delay is caused exclusively by GNOME shell. Because GNOME shell probably polls something. On KDE it should work better. Anyway, nice. Okay, and just FYI, my YouTube quota has just run out, so YouTube chat is now broken. This usually happens after a couple of hours of streaming. Okay, this is good. I don't really need it, not yet. Actually, do I need enum? Maybe what I really need is concurrent boolean. I think this is the type I really want. Concurrent bool. Actually, because I'm minimizing to tray in such a silly way, I'll probably unminimize it. Restore from tray is not that crazy, actually. Much that, and that should be enough to make the tray minimize and maximize work. and the only missing piece is stopping the rendering when it's minimized. Yeah. Why does it say show? Okay. I think saving the position of the window, this is another thing we should take care of. But yeah, minimizing and maximizing seems to work. Size 100 bytes for a boolean. Almost everything is aligned to 8 bytes. Huh. Rather than having 3 vectors, I think 1 should be enough. Oh yeah, I need to click yes. Okay, that's 50 bytes less. I guess that's nice. It's 24 bytes. The single entry is how large? 40 bytes. Yeah, I think we should allow at least one fallback. Without any allocations. I mean, there will be heap because I think function requires heap. Okay. PL extras. Some massive header, I see. I think this is alright. Let's go to root widget. Now, rendering loop. Ooh. Okay, so the GPU usage and CPU usage of Automat should now change. It's using quite a lot of GPU to render this timer. I can minimize it, and it drops to 0. And it resumes. I don't know why it's so chunky now. Yeah, it fixed itself. I guess I guess it thought that the rendering was super choppy because it had a pause. Ooh. Yeah, this widget something took this many seconds to render. This is wrong. I think this is the only thing we still have to fix. These this is pretty much implemented. Yep. So another kind of big feature done. And oh yeah, there is one more, This also needs to work on Windows. Yeah, this is a good plan for Wednesday. Great. I guess this is it. See you in 2 days. Bye bye.